Also, okay, I heard that you could put like,
With a full-length mirror.
well, why don't you tell that to Mr. Lola?
Tell Mr. Lola to come here.
Well, no, because he's busy.
Right, so you don't want that full-length mirror.
Well, I'd rather get a
Oh
fucking,
no.
oh, well, I'd rather get some dick and food.
Right. I fucking knew you were gonna say that.
Oh, well, Oh, that was greedy. He's being very greedy. Oh my god, what the fuck? Y'all, I'm stuck! I'm stuck! What the Bro, what the hell? What? And I'm gonna die for it? Bruh, No, okay! Now is not the time to be missing. Okay, okay, come here, girl. Come here, come here, come here. Let's go closer over here to the pallets, okay? Okay, okay. Oh my god. Fuck, man. Girl. He's faking his M2. What? My leg. My leg. What the hell? Oh my. Oh, bitch! Damn. Now both of us are in basement. What? How? How did they know we're...
Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Why not get last place?
Why did I laugh? Why did I laugh so hard? Oh my gosh!
Look at the dude.
Oh! Not the VC! That's crazy. Girl, you should have got them points. Oh, hell nah. Y'all see what I'm seeing? Oh, hell nah. Gotcha, motherfucker, yeah. I can't save you again, Nia. Nestor? Nestor? Nestor's alive, guys. No, what the fuck? Hello? Bro! Hello? Excuse, bro, what, okay, what the fuck is this? Hold on.
Don't stop until they're dead, Naughty Bear.
Let's fucking go. Hi, guys. Okay, so sorry. I'm here. I had to make coffee and all that other good stuff, so I'm so sorry. Hi guys, welcome in. Avi, thank you for doing first and your daily latte. I don't know why like your mix it up didn't give you your latte. Cause like I had it open and I did give you like one for next time. I did give you like an extra one for next time, okay? So I do apologize for that. But I'm gonna need a couple of mods on YouTube, just because your girl is multi-streaming on YouTube today. Because we already got people spamming over there. I hate to call people out, but Jessica, girl, stop asking for mod. Because I don't know you, girl. Two, don't come into a stream just immediately asking for mod, girl. Because I don't know you. Girl, like I will put you on blast. I don't care. Like I will literally ban you. I don't know if my mods banned you already, but girl, don't piss me off. Like I'm already here just having a good old time and nah, I'm good. I'm good, girl. So I might need a mod on YouTube just to take care of the spammers and stuff. But who's asking for mod? That's crazy. Some lady named Jessica. I don't know her. She was over here spamming. Please give me mod. That's what she said. I think Javi took care of it, but I'm like, Mama, we don't ask. We don't ask. Like it. Okay, can I talk about it? I don't like it when like I get it if you're like really good friends with like that person and like you joke around because I do this to Javi sometimes. I do this to Javi sometimes where I'm like, And like I'm in one of my other besties chats. I'm like, give me that sword real quick, and I just want to test something out on Javi as a joke, because you know, obviously I'm not gonna really get the sword, um, but like, if you're just gonna be like, please give me mod, and that person don't even know you, like, girl, please, please don't. Like that just gives me the ick. Like, I get it if you're like my close friend and I can joke around with you about that, but I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, because we're not about that. We're not about that, girl. Not today, please. Because this is my this is my first time back into like multi-streaming and whatever. Lola not giving out swords for free, right? I'm not. And the only time that I will give someone a sword is if I deem them trustworthy and they've been here long enough, and I know that they can actually do their job properly, and I've seen them do that. And I also make sure to reach out to that person and be like, hey, can you, like, is it possible for you to mod for me? I know and you know, for me, a lot of my mods are usually busy and working and all this other stuff, and people have lives outside of Twitch. So, you know, obviously I have a lot more mods these days, and I'm I'm I ask people like right off the bat, like Lemur, I was like, hey, I've seen you mod for Ms. Nyx. Can you please mod for me? Like, I need extra hands because I know sometimes my mods, and Lemur was like, yeah, I got you. So um yeah. But I ask, like, literally, yeah, literally what Lemur said. Literally, no, hey, or what's up, right? Just right. I'm like, no, mama, no, mama, like, please, like, literally, like, not even a hello, hi, how are you? Like, right off the bat, can I have mod? Please give me mod. Like, no, mama, we don't do that here. We don't, we don't do that here. But I might need, I might actually need some people to mod for me on the YouTube side, actually. And also I might need some, because I also might, because I started doing TikTok too sometimes. Um and I'm starting to do that too. So hopefully I can get some people to strictly do TikTok and YouTube, um but yeah, people today, I swear, don't even have, well, okay. I'm not saying this is for everyone, but I'm just saying, hey, like, this is like, I feel like sometimes, like, and sometimes I had to catch myself too. I'm like I'll start chatting and I'm like, wait, I didn't even say hi. Like I'll respond to somebody and then like I'm like, wait, that's just rude of me of not saying hello. And like I'll like respond, like I'll be lurking and I'll respond to someone. I was like, oh, that just makes me feel like me being rude and not responding to people. I just figured out how to multi-stream, girl. I'm scared too. Yeah. I mean, for me, multi-streaming is like really nice. I didn't really start doing TikTok because I was like, nah, I just personally started recently doing TikTok, but I just don't like using TikTok like that because people on TikTok be even crazier, like, than people on Twitch. Like, I'd say like people on the internet in general are crazy, but I'm also speaking for myself because I can get a little crazy too. But there's, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, mama, like, hello, like there was one like even yesterday, I got a lot of hate on DVD yesterday. Like I had someone be like, "Oh, you look like a fish," and like, "You suck. You're like a P100 for what?" I'm like, "Mama, I'm just here to play and have fun." I'm like, I can get two shits less if I just got a 1K. I'm like, Ain't nobody got time for that. Also, hold on. Also, Lemur, I know you're on YouTube. Can you hear the music, by the way, Lemur? I know I was like testing out YouTube stuff. I was testing out the stuff and I figured it out, but I don't know if you guys can hear the music on YouTube. I said fuck on TikTok once and got in trouble, and I was like, this might not be the place for me. Yeah, that's why, like, they're a lot more stricter on TikTok than Twitch and YouTube. Like, because on Twitch and YouTube, I could say fuck, I could say bit. Well, okay, I won't say bitch, but I like. Well, actually, I like when I'm playing DBD, like I'll call the killer a bitch. Like if I get jump scared, I'm like, you fucking bitch, like whatever. But I'm like, does that like? But I'm like, for me, I just be posting clips. That's it. I be saying the most. Yeah, like me. Like when Mr. Lola comes, I be like I be saying some wild stuff to him sometimes. No, I don't hear it. Oh my god! Thank God. Okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. Thank fuck. I figured out how to do that. But also I just want you guys to know that playing we are playing Phasmo with Nestor today. My friend Nestor. Um um and we're gonna be playing together. A Fish is Wild, Rude Ass People, A Fish is Wild. Yeah, people be rude as fuck. I'm like, just because you're playing the game how you want to play is like crazy. And like people were like, oh yeah, you look like a fucking fish. I was like, okay. Like, I'm like, okay, well, why don't you? I was gonna clap back with, why don't you stream and show your face, and so that way people could judge you. But then I was like, nah, that's gonna be mean. So I'm like, I'm not gonna be that person. And I'm like, because streaming is not easy. Like, I'm like, for all I know, you could be living in your mom's basement, and you're probably like those dudes who be asking your mom to make you a sandwich because you're too lazy to do it yourself. But I'm like, I'm not gonna go that I'm not gonna stoop that low. So that's just me. I feel like if people are mean to me, I'm gonna be mean right back. But I don't know. Is that too mean of me to say? I feel like that's just too mean. That's an amazing comeback. Yeah, they're not showing their face. Yeah, I'm like, if you're not showing your face, then I'm like, why don't you stream? Why don't you do this? I'm like, nah, girl. Cause like there's times where I don't even want to be perceived, but like I still show my face anyway because I'm like, nah, like I still want to show my face because I want people to be able to see me and whatever. But it is what it is. So um but also speaking of, I might need some more mods for YouTube actually. So so if anyone wants to reach out to me for like YouTube stuff, just shoot me a message and I can talk to y'all about that. Hi Isabel, welcome in on YouTube. Welcome in. But yeah. Um if anybody that I already know and trust and stuff is interested in modding for me, at least for YouTube anyway. Um Feel free to like reach out to me. Yeah, you're at least getting something from playing DBD. They're just miserable and negative for no reason. Yeah, it is. But also, hold on. Okay. Can you guys? Okay, Nestor's probably hiding in a random spot somewhere. I'm gonna like pause the music real quick. Nestor's here. Nestor's here. I think Nestor wants me to find him. Oh. Why are you standing there, Nestor?
I was hiding in the corner till you were ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like
good.
you over here like like literally hiding in this corner, like just stalking like Michael Myers over here, standing in that corner, waiting for me to pay attention. Please, please. That's the wrong killer, Nestor.
Oh, yeah, he's more.
Yes. Also, okay, do you want to start off baby or do you want like well, not baby, but beginner map and then move down the list or just start wherever?
I'm game with we can start off small, like short and everything, like the baby map or beginner map.
Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, wait. Also, do you want to do stream together before I like start?
Yeah. Let's go. I can do that.
Okay, okay, okay. I just wasn't sure because normally we do it, and I just want to make sure.
All Gucci, Lola. All Gucci.
See, now that you got me thinking about the Michael Myers theme song, and then chat. Okay, guys. Okay, guys, be on your best behavior. Nestor's gonna see your guys' comments.
Be evil. Be greedy.
Oh.
Let's see how naughty you all can be.
Oh God. Now you're gonna endorse it. You're gonna endorse
we
their.
arrived.
You're gonna endorse their behavior.
Yes. I love being that kind of person. Mwahaha. Cora? We're finding the avatar?
Oh, it's a girl. It's either a what you call it, Diane, and what else or whatever.
It could be a Diana or a Banshee. Yeah.
Yes.
Little candlelight, parabolic, and stop it with a crucifix.
Yes. Oh, also I need a camera. Yes.
Yeah. And away we go. Snowing!
Oh my God, not using fart, Lemur. That's crazy.
Oh my God, how dare you say that in front of my presence? Just kidding. Alright, our cursed object is the mirror.
Wait, let me take a picture. Where is it?
It's hanging on the wall.
Okay. I got the picture. Oh, wait. Oh my God, these freaking thingies. I had to steal this from Nick's Costco. Wait, you stole it from Costco? Please come get your mans. Oh, not that.
In the basement.
Coming! I'm looking for the bone. I found the bone.
We have an EMF 5.
Coming.
It's still going off here on the choo-choo train if you want to take a picture of it. And it's done.
As soon as I come in here, it wants to stop.
Alright, I'm gonna get some more stuff.
Oh? Not that. Oh. Nestor, I think we might have, oh, we might have, did you turn on the light or did the ghost it?
Did.
Oh, yo, you
I
did?
don't know,
Okay,
I'm gonna-
okay. I just wanted to make sure because I was like, we might have UV in case.
Gotcha. But no, we should be good.
Okay. Hi, my lime. But yeah, guys. Oh my God, I'm so excited to. Do you guys? Okay. Do you guys want us? Do you guys want me to do Phasma like every Monday? I can ask Nestor if he wants to do Phasma like every Monday or every other Monday. I don't know. No, it's from Nyx's Myers command. Oh, okay, yeah. Because I'm down to do Phasma like every Monday.
Buddy.
If you guys want something different from like DVD. Oh. Oh my God. No. We have dots.
Copy that, Doc. Here's a book for you.
I hear Artie.
Yeah,
I
he's
hear-
chirping all right.
Hi, Artie. I want to say it's a wraith because it's like, do we have salt, by the way?
I didn't bring salt. I have the sound recorder and a book.
Okay. I'm gonna try to record. I'm gonna assume it's a wraith just because, in case, but, we don't have salt, so.
Okay. Make sure it does. Whoa, mercy. I think the ghost eater was hungry.
I want a picture, but I don't know if it's gonna show itself again.
Oh, freezy temps.
Oh,
Unless you turn off the power, so that's be wary of that.
an Oni. Here.
Let's make sure the power's still on. Oh wait, it blew out the light, so need to turn on. My power's back on, so that's not consume Oni yet.
Wait. No,
Well, maybe it is freezing.
it's freezing. Yeah, I took a picture.
Okay. Then we have an Uni. Alright, let me go. What do you want? What do you want to bring in?
Can you get salt and then I think just salt for now. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. I don't know what the fuck that was, but
I don't like that either.
just gonna vent it. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm driving while lurking. While I get home. Hope you're having a lovely day. I am, my lime. Be safe. Yeah, and I hate it, so.
Alright, so we got that in there now. That's in there. We'll blow out that candle now. I brought the salt, but you were up here, so I didn't leave it down there. So I'm gonna do that now.
Okay, I'm gonna set up more cameras, actually. My God, y'all. Okay.
All right. What do you want done with the salt? Where do you want to put it?
Let's see. Hold on. Where's the okay. You can put it like right here in front of me. Okay, I got that on video.
Okay, good.
You're an asshat for that. That stinking ghost.
Goes the vent, paranormal talking, perfect. Needs one more sound and we're good to go.
Oh, no.
That would work. Yep. Fire extinguisher. Oh, we got fire extinguisher instead. Okay. Alright, what else do we need? We need probably the other one of those.
Oh, we need one more picture and 3 more videos. Okay, we need 3 more
Okay, well-
we need 3 more videos, and we also need hold on. Yeah, just 3 more videos, that's it.
Oh, so we already got the crucifix one done too?
Yes, I got a crucifix picture, but not the video.
Alright, I'm gonna place this motion sensor down there for you. That'll be
Okay,
another video.
yeah, I'll stand in the van for the pictures or the videos. But yeah, guys, I hope you guys are having a good day.
Let me know if I need to move anything down.
Can you delete the duplicate object thrown?
Object thrown. Got it.
Okay, so I got the motion sensed already, and then we just need 1 more video.
Alright, I'm gonna go bring another candle down there and see if we can get a video of it blowing out the candle.
Okay, and then can you move the motion sense thingy?
Yeah. I'll move it out of the way because we don't.
Yeah. Dang it, I was gonna get the dots ghost again, but... Unless you want to try to get it to hunt, then we can get a hunting video. Never mind, I got the burnt cruci. Okay, you can get out of there. We got all the evidence and stuff.
Because I brought that candle down there, I wanted to light it anyways, just for fun.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, you make me bring that candle down there when we got that instead? Blah, 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 blah.
Let's go. Okay, you got Oni.
I got Oni.
Let me see if... Okay, I also got Oni. Let's go!
Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoop, whoop.
Let's go.
We did it, we did it, we did it, hooray. Now we go
did
to
it.
Willow Street.
Yes, yes. Wait, hold on.
Let's see, is there anything I can upgrade? That's 10K. That's 5K.
Yeah. Hmm.
Do 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 do. How's Lola been?
Lola has been good.
Has Mr. Lola given you your dino nuggies?
I wish.
Boo! Boo! Boo to Mr. Lola!
I know, right? I told him, I said, just wait until chat hears about it. And he was like, they're not going to do anything. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. So,
Wow. Crazy.
yeah. Hold on. I also had to change something in Discord real quickly because I just realized that my hotkeys in Discord are the same hotkeys as the one for let's see. Okay.
We are professional streamers.
I know, right? Wait a minute. Okay, so I set up hotkeys within Discord, and I don't remember how I did it. I hear Artie.
East is over here chirping.
Hi,
Looking at
Artie.
himself in the mirror.
Hi, Artie.
Yeah, I need to get it. His camera's supposed to be arriving today or tomorrow. His new camera, because the other one borked.
Ooh.
It was an older camera, so it was expected.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Wait. Let me actually Google search this because I just forgot how I did it.
You good, G? It's all good. Oh, hello, Sassy. How are you? Hope you're doing good.
I hear my Artie.
Like I said, he's over here just chirping away. Where's my camera? I want to be on camera again.
I love my RD.
He's a little guy, good guy, isn't he?
Yes, yes. Hi, Sassy.
Got home from work 10 minutes ago. Let's go. Hopefully you had a good day at work and hopefully it wasn't too taxing.
Wait, how do you go to keybinds in Discord? Hello? Dare you I need to go somewhere and I can't find it.
How dare.
Dare you?
Chirp, 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 chirp. Who knew Artie would be more loved and everything than here? Work felt like hell, kept having issues. Ew. Sorry to hear that, Sassy. Hopefully it gets better for you tonight. You can just chill and relax.
I can't find it.
Question is, was it even there in the first place? Mwah.
True. You want to scream out the window, love? Then do it. Scream out the window for the plot.
They want to scream and shout and let it out. Screaming, oh, e-o, e-o, e-o.
Okay, it's telling me to go to user settings, but then I'm like, I was there in my user settings, and it's still not showing.
Boo, user settings, boo.
Which is crazy, because I was just there. I was just there for user settings. And I hate it. Oh, wait. Duh, I found it.
Hooray! Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Okay, there. I found it. And I fixed it.
Victory!
Now I can close Discord and not have to worry about it.
Well, that's good.
Wait, now I can't. Okay, hold on. Task manager? Hello? Are you going to cooperate? Okay, here. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, we are here.
Yes, yes.
Elizabeth. All right, so everybody is available. All right, so Elizabeth, so motion sensor, 2 unique sound recorders, and witness an event. Cool.
Oh, wait. No music box and no tarot cards.
Ouija.
Where is it?
Here on top of the washer dryer.
Oh, hello?
Hello.
You should ask it where it is.
Me too. I can do that.
Oh wait,
Let's put you.
don't have
What's up?
that. I don't have the blurps sound alert. I had to I had to fix that. I had to remove that. I had to
M-A-S.
master bedroom.
Master bedroom. Master bedroom. Oh yeah. 3.3. I'm gonna take some sanity before I get killed. Or get you killed.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I got the sound recorder and a motion sensor for the objective.
Okay. But I'm gonna have to change that. I don't have a blurb theme. Wait. It's 37 degrees. Oh wait, can you turn off the light? God, I can't. Oh wait, can you ask it a question and I'll record it? Where's the recorder? Oh. Oh.
Left hurt after
Okay. Spirit box, okay. Is that all we have so far? I don't know if Nestor's intentionally muted. I don't know if you were intentionally muted, Nestor. You were. I asked you a question earlier, and then I didn't get a response.
I don't think I heard anything, but so you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yee-hoo! Not nice, game. Not nice. Ooh, 1.3 degrees. All right, is that 3 or is that 2 with the repeat? Run, Lola, run!
My God. Nestor died! Nestor, oh my God, you died. I don't know where you died, but... Sure. I don't know where the other stuff is. This girl is so annoying. I don't know what the heck you are. Esther, where did you die? Where did you die? Wait, you know what? Ah, I need to get my sanity up and running. I need to get my sanity running. My God. Esther, I can't do this by myself. And of course, he knocked the freaking camera over. Please, girl. Oh my God, Nestor. You. Not like quite freezing, but like three only. Now you want to get me freezing. How rude. I don't know where the lighter is, Nestor. To bring one, probably. You don't want to be freaking active. That's just outright rude. Check for UV. Okay. No. No. Crap, I should have. Okay. Shoot. UV. Salt. So, I need... Do we have an object thrown video? Hold on. Yeah, we do. On. Don't throw objects. Rude. Me and motion sense. Oh, wait, we have ghost orbs? Hold on. Ghost orbs. Oh. Object thrown. Okay. Yes. Ghost orbs. Okay. Let me check for, salt. You I hate her. I hate her. I hate you. I hate you so much. Oh shit. I made the mistake of taking a vector. Oh. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Guys, the way that I'm stressing out here is insane to me. Okay, so ghost orbs and spirit box, that's it. And I don't know what it is. I tried checking for UV. It did disturb the salt, so... Okay, so I'm gonna get the other cruci. And... I'm gonna take this. See. And... Oh, well. Never mind, I can't take a smudge. No. Fuck. Can you get rid of the disturbed salt, Nestor? Darn it. Y'all, I'm not doing my job correctly as a ghost hunter. E. And then 8. Yeah, I don't know what the third one is either, Nestor. I don't know if it's UV or not. Did it? Did it? Okay. I guess it doesn't count. No UV. Okay. Oh, can you get rid of the Disturbed Salt video, Nestor? Okay, no UV. No dots. Okay, so I'm gonna just assume, oh, it's either freezing temps. I'm gonna either assume it's freezing wait. Did we test out ghostwriting or what? I don't know if we did. Okay. What does Diane do? I know. Okay. Ghost orbs. But it hasn't really been giving me EMF 5 though. Um Could be an Onryo, but I'm not sure. And then ghostwriting. Oops. There. That do again. Where are you? Did it really just turn? Okay. This girl is scaring me. Bitch. I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it. Because, like, what do you mean?
Welcome back.
Of course.
Job's ready for you.
What the fuck is that?
It's a new ghost.
I hate it here. What? Okay. What does that even do? What does the Cormos do? Because I don't know. Translating to the one who does not see, the Cormos is blind but using heightened hearing. Oh. Wait, what?
Yeah, so if you talk around it, what?
I checked for UV and it didn't give me fucking UV. I hate that.
It's okay. No need to be upset. Be Gucci.
Okay.
We going back? We going back.
Yes. We're going back. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. That I hate that we couldn't get the ghosts.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting
We got it this time.
Right. Sure.
the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of
Jerry.
looks like they
So it's not what you call it.
Yes, it's not a candy bar. Whatchamacallit?
It's not a Diane or wait, what's it called? Yeah. Where are you? No tarot or music box. Coming.
I'm asking it again.
Yes. Because last time I tried asking it, it started hunting me. So I'm like, I don't want to do it.
Information.
Master
In-
bedroom again.
Oh crap! Run! Run!
Okay. Okay. I died again in the same spot.
I'm sorry. I am so sorry.
See, I died. I died again. And now Nestor can't even bring me back to life. Y'all, I can't believe this happened to me. Oh! Oh! Do you need that, girl? Do you need that? Do you need that, girl? Let me just hover over the block button, Joss. Hold on. Let me just gracefully unfollow and ban, block, and report. Do it.
Oh, you already know what's that. It's master bedroom.
Hi, my Joss. How are you, my Joss? Joss, do you even love me? Avi said that you hated me. Is that true?
EMF2 and that.
Is that true? Hi, Jimenez. Well, of course. Oh, okay. So maybe I should ban, block, and report. Let me just do a quick ban, block, and report though. Mind you, ow. Oh.
Sounds weird. Why was it not working for the longest time?
Not that, girl.
Right. More stuff.
Not that. So you can see your way out, girl. You can see your way out, mama. But yeah, hi, my Jimenez. Okay. Guys, Nestor failed me and let me die. Hi, so my Lola, you didn't let me finish. Oh, so there's more. There's more to you lying. Right. There's more to you lying.
Essentially no.
Also, guys, I'm gonna be coming out with the new video soon. I was gonna say I love you so much. Don't listen to the hater, but you know what? Oh, well, come back, Joss, come back. But you can ban, block, and report Javi. Javi's not even here, my mom. It's okay, girl. You can ban, block, and report Javi. It's okay. Just don't I said that. Don't tell him I said. Don't tell him what I said,
Bring the
girl.
bone.
Ghost riding.
Ghost riding! Hooray! Ghost riding! Ghost riding! We got the ghost riding.
Okay. Ghost riding. Ghost riding. Hi, Sunny. Welcome in, bestie.
Nothing in there.
How are you, Sunny? This game is scary. It's not that bad. I love this game. It's not that bad. Trust. It's not that bad. I'd say play it with friends to see how you like it. I just got it. You gotta show me the ropes one of these days. Yeah, I'm playing with Nestor. You can join us if you'd like. You can join us if you'd like. You can do open lobbies. You wish you
Oh, walk through
could.
the salt.
Do you have work? Are you editing? I'm about to go get looped on killer. Oh, not that. Not that, girl. You know me so well. I just finished editing. Ooh, okay.
You're getting there.
Yeah, so speaking of editing, I'm gonna be recording soon. I'm gonna be making a video. I'm gonna be making a video soon. Because tomorrow, I'm actually planning on making a video. I just need to figure out my hotkeys. I just need to figure out, like, my hotkeys and stuff for, like, recording and, like, whatever. So, I'm gonna be, like, recording a video for, like, different builds for, like, Mr. Lola to edit. And I'm kind of excited, but I'm also, like, scared and nervous, because I'm, like, very scared and nervous, because I've never, like, done, like, a video or anything where, because, like, I've done mostly, like, highlights and stuff. Is that EMF 4? Yeah, that's EMF 4. Need help? We can screen share later tonight, and I can use how I edit, but I don't use hotkeys. Okay, you're gonna have to, like, show me the ropes, because I most definitely want to, like, learn how to edit.
Hey, Dots.
Oh.
I know you want it. I know you want it.
Okay. I mean, how I record through OBS and edit through CapCut. Okay, because so I was looking at, like, YouTube videos, like, for inspiration, on how to, like, so for me,
Oh, joy. Hey.
for me,
Well,
I've seen a creator,
oh, could be a Thay, and not Thay, a Dio.
because I seen a creator, like, put the perks on screen with, like, the description, with the description of the perks on like, the screen.
So angy.
And I'm thinking about doing that, so that way people can, like, pause and, like, read the perks, and then, like, I could put the builds in, like, the description box. And stuff, and so, like, I've been, like, looking. So I'm, like, gonna be playing with, like, 3 different builds, I think. And I sent, like, the perks in the description, and stuff for,
In the last pills, but
like, the perks, the pictures of the perks and, like, the description of the perks to, like, Mr. Lola, and, like, I sent him, like, a couple of videos and, like, how I, like, want it. And so, like, I'm really excited. But I'm kind of nervous because I'm, like, I want to, like, showcase, like, hey, like, it's okay to, like, play with, like, different builds and stuff. So I'm kind of nervous and excited. I'm nervous and excited. Because, like, I've never made, like, long... Because, like, I want to at least try to, like, make... I kind of want to, like, make, like, videos and stuff. Like, at least, like, showcasing killers and stuff that I, like, typically play. And so, like, Plague and, like, Trapper and, like, killers like those 2, and then, of course, Doctor. Like, I want to, like, showcase, like, different builds and stuff, but I don't know. I'm kind of nervous, girl. I'm nervous. So, I'm thinking about, like, having, like, maybe, like, a weekly video, maybe, probably. Like, so, maybe have, like, 3 videos of, like, 3 different builds for, like, Trapper, and then, like, 1 for Plague, and then, like, a couple for Doctor, probably, but I don't know. I don't know, girl. I'm scared. I'm nervous.
Across the map.
I'm nervous, girl.
Shoes all over my lap. What?
I Hi, my diva icon legend boots. How are you?
Let's go get cameras.
Also, Sunny, do you think I should have like a recording scene for strictly for like recording my videos, or like, because I know some people like they do it differently where like they'll like record on the same scene and like they don't really care for the they don't really care for like the other audios to come through, but like, because I know like everyone's different, so like I just like wanted to ask questions and stuff.
All right, let's take a look and see what we have left, and then figure out what we have left to do. Aswang needs freezy temps. I don't think we're gonna get.
I'm doing really good. My
Yo.
Rosa, how are you doing?
Spirit box. We didn't get that before, so more or less not a Dio. Bombo. It's probably a Fae for all you know. All right, Fae. What do you need again? Fae. Ghost Orb, and we haven't seen any of those yet.
Could be a mimic too. But I'm like really nervous and excited to like showcase some builds and see how it is. But I think what I might do is like I'll do like a couple of different like showcases of like the same builds a little bit. So I might do like I might do like a like a beginner build video probably, and then like showcase like my wins and losses, I guess. Like, hey, sometimes it's okay to like win, but it's also okay to lose, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. I'm like just really nervous, and I don't know. I'm like nervous. Nervous, guys. Also, okay. Also, wait, let me see. I'm like really nervous. La da da. Yeah, I'm really nervous, y'all. Oh, also, I don't know if he's got more evidence. EMF 4. It's only EMF 4. But yeah, guys, I'm like really nervous for these like videos and stuff to come through. So I don't know. I don't know what I should do. They're gonna be great. I know, but like I'm like really scared because it's like, what if they don't turn out well? And then like I'm just like, well, these are gonna flop. And then but also, guys, I do if you guys do want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, actually, hold on. I am streaming. Oh, wait. I am streaming on there as well, but if you guys do want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, it's basically like a follow here on Twitch, and it's free to subscribe. So if you guys want to follow my YouTube channel, feel free. I'm going to be posting some upcoming uploads and stuff. If you guys do want to, check those out, soon.
All right, spirit box. Woo woo.
I got it, spirit box. Oh. Okay. Bring me back to life. Got it. Got it.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
He's making fun of my singing.
Well, no, of course not. It's just
I know, I
stuck.
was only teasing.
It's just stuck in my head. Sorry, I had to check. I had to check my phone for something. Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Third time's a charm. We can do Willow Street one more time, and then we can move on to a different map.
Sound like a plan.
Because I died that time. I died again. Okay.
Yeah, fat fingered the key that I should not have fingered, so I apologize.
We can blame Artie. It's okay.
No, you can blame my fat fingers. I did not click. I clicked the button when I was meaning to go back to tell it goodbye, and I told it, "Hey, we'll talk again." I was asking a immediate question.
That's crazy.
So no answer, you're dying.
It's a blood moon. Guys, it's a blood moon. Look at that.
Oh, look at that. You know those two?
Oh, R.I.P. in peace? Well, yes, yeah. So, imagine if it was another Ouija board.
It's not, but it's the mirror.
Oh.
Alright, and survey says it is in room.
Which room?
Main room. Living room.
Oh.
Because the door was open. I saw the blood moon.
Oh.
Well, I don't know why I'm doing that. I still need to turn on the power. I'll leave those here.
Well, also, thank you for the follow on YouTube. As well. I need to fix that, actually. I need to make it match, Okay. I'll have it... Okay. I'll have it match, Wait. Also, I don't know if that's my old Discord link. I need to fix that.
Meow.
Meow. Wait. And... No, events? Is it events? They changed a lot of things on, Okay.
Meow.
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 Meow. it. Sorry, guys. I'm like that box.
I know you want it.
Do, 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 do.
Interesting with that.
Okay, sorry. I had to like fix something. I had to fix something in my YouTube chat. You said,
Also found the bone and I already took the picture.
EMF 5.
EMF 5, we need a picture of that.
Oh, I got it.
Okay. So Galu, Spirit, Twins, or Wraith?
I want to assume Wraith because it hasn't stepped in salt yet, but oh, dots, dots.
Oh, that's our third thing, so it is a Wraith. Nice job. Lola assumed a Wraith, and she was correct. 8.
Let's freaking go.
Whoop whoop.
Okay, let
Goes
me.
back and write in the book, so we can throw those back down. Right, so let's go get some. Recorder. Yeah.
Evidence, evidence. Evidence. You can throw that down. Where is the... No? Now! You ass. Do you have a thingy majig for the lighter for the...
Yes, I do have a lighter for the candles.
Thank you, thank you.
It's breathing in my ear. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. Okay, I got a video of that. Do you have any sound
I'm sure you
recordings?
I got one. Are you trying to tell me you want the sound recorder?
Here, you want to take a video and then I'll sound record? Wait, what did you get a sound recording of, though?
I would assume the whisper.
Oh, it's Misform. Come on, Ghost.
Well, I got a video of the ghost. Campfire extinguished, so we got videos done.
We got
think
sounds
sounds are done
done.
now.
Yes, Ghost Event, EMF 5, and Misform. Yes. We
What
just
about
need
photos.
We just need one more picture. God, guys, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Did Nestor just die on purpose? Nestor, where are you? I hate it here. Okay, hold on, Nestor. I need to get my sanity up. I need to get my sanity up, Nestor. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me, but I figured you died, and I need to get my sanity levels up. Okay, before I go back in there, I'm gonna take a sip of coffee, okay? Okay. I don't think it's gonna hunt anytime soon, so I'm good to take a picture. And I'm gonna get my ass out of there, okay? Okay. We're gonna get our asses out of there. And, hope for the best. Where'd you go? Did you go down here? Okay, time for me to leave. Goodbye, Cruel World. Goodbye, Nestor! Okay, we got everything. We got everything. Right. Okay. So, we got a dead body. We got everything. Okay. Okay, we got a wraith. Yes. Okay. Guys, we did it! We did it! We did it! We did it! We did it!
No one died. That was
Well-
important.
Well, interesting. Would you like to do... Which map would you like to do now, Nestor?
You know what? I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the diner.
Okay. La, da, 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 da. Oh, also, I forgot to go live on TikTok, but we won't talk about that.
Accordingly before starting the
We won't talk about TikTok. No, no, no. We won't talk about TikTok.
But you know what? It's okay.
Yeah?
Because I don't mind not going live on TikTok for the day.
Sunny day, sweeping those clouds away.
Man, I do want some dino nuggies. You made me hungry, Nestor. You made me hungry. I'm blaming you.
It's alright. I've been hungry all day. I power on.
Mm-mm-mm. Do-do-do. 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 Do-do-do.
It's cold there, but
Did we find the cursed object or the bone?
Negative. I'm still trying to find the room. Right, so not that.
Wait, I got a recording somewhere. I think it's here, Nestor. It didn't capture the recording, but I think it's here.
It's still pretty warm here. Let's see, in here. But the last bathroom. Not really here cold either.
Well, I attempted to capture something, but I don't know what it was, and then it disappeared on me, so...
Oh, it's in here.
Oh. Wait, hold on. Oh! Ghost orbs?
Ghost orbs. We love ghost orbs.
It could be a mimic, so just keep an eye out on that.
Of course, of course.
Da da da. Do do do. Do do do. Also, guys, don't forget to like the stream on YouTube, by the way. If you guys are watching on the YouTube side. Sunny day. Oh, it's already like 4:20 where I am, and like, Lola hasn't come home yet. Which is kind of like surprising, but I think Mr. was working overtime today.
get more stuff.
Oh. Okay. Hi, my Eerie.
Meow.
Meow. How are you, my Eerie? Oh. I hope you're doing good today. Contemplating on what to eat. I know, I'm kind of hungry myself, but I don't know. Mr. Lola hasn't come home yet, so I'm like not really like sure. Oh, it's hunting. Oh, the ghost is upsetty.
By the way, spirit box
Oh, okay. Oh.
and ghost writing.
Well, oh.
So mayor or still potentially the other one.
Okay, you said what was it? Sorry.
Ghost writing.
Okay.
Ghost, spirit box, and of course ghost orbs.
Yeah, so it could be mimic, probably.
Hey, wait, come back.
Coming.
Just get the sound recording. I put it outside there. That way you can give me
Oh.
this real quick.
Okay. No spirit box.
No. There is a spirit box.
Oh! Spirit box?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So we know it's mayor or still potentially the mimic.
Okay. So I need to get a more video. So we need to. Can you? What's your sanity like? Oh, wait.
It's probably in the pooper, but I'll eat some pills here in a second.
Reminder: if the ghosts are gay, don't call the don't call Ghostbuster. Well, oh.
You believe in love, that's in love. Yeah, 27, boop.
Wait.
So we got the motion sensor, so
Can
I
you-
can
can
move
you-
that out of the way.
Can you delete
Yeah,
the
now we
motion
got two
sensor?
motion
Yeah.
sensor.
Yeah. Thank you. And then we can move, we can move the motion sense out the way, and then can you bring salt and, oh, well, I don't know if your hands are full, but, here.
At the moment, but I got a cruci and a smudge for me.
Okay, I will put them at the door, and then, I will bring it to you.
Thank you.
Salt and tea. Are there any hot paranormal entities? Girl, you asking the wrong person, girl. I don't know. I don't know, girl. I have no idea, personally. Actually, I'm right here, so we can, like, be in there together.
Okie dokie. Oh yeah, I forgot to throw all the motion sensors. There we go.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, girl. But clearly she did not like me as soon as I came in that room. So, I don't know. Oh! Nestor?
Yeah, I'm alive. What's up?
Oh, okay.
I don't have a smudge anymore, but we're good. Come on, Goofy.
Yes. No feetsies. Do you have the other book, Nestor, or no?
What's that? You need another book?
Yes. Wait.
What do you need the book?
Oh, like right in front of the camera. Like right there. Yeah, yeah.
I'll be writing. Please tell me you got that.
Wait.
Ghost writing. Yeah, you got it. Now we've
No!
seen all the photos.
I need the EMF. I need the EMF reading.
Isn't it for photo though?
Yes, it's for a photo.
Yeah, you got only used one photo so far, so.
No, like I was saying, like I need like the EMF photo. Do we have all the evidence though, too? No?
If it's a merit, then yes, but we don't have any. We still need like a whole mess of photos.
Oh, yeah. Come on, give me. If you do exclamation point PCG, love, it'll call it a hoe.
Ooh-da-ho.
Wait.
Crucifix burnt.
I hear water. Yeah. Got the dirty
The
water?
photo of the video.
Yes.
Okay. Where the bloody hell's the bone? Oh, it might be in here. Hold on, let's see. Oh, it might be.
Wait, I found it.
Oh, yeah, I totally walked over that. It was jaw dropping.
Well, yes, yes.
I'll see myself out.
Wait, do we have all the stuff?
I don't know yet.
We do, we do.
Well, it's time to light the sucker up and get the hell out of here. Whoop whoop.
Just in case Lola, I almost saw Mr. Lola's face in case you both don't want him doxxed. Oh, he doesn't care. He's shown his face before. On camera. Imagine if it was a mimic and we both got it wrong.
Just imagine, but nah, I think it's Mare.
Wait, what does the mimic need again? Hold on. Wait.
Mimic needs spirit box, UV, and freezy temps.
Okay, yeah, it was like close to freezing temps, but you know what? It's okay.
And of course, Ghost Orb, as well as the fourth piece of evidence, just to piss us off.
Yes, yes.
Welcome back.
We got it right.
Hooty hoot!
Du-du-du.
Now it's the lady's choice. Where are we going?
We can go to... Let's go to Ridgeview, actually. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom, if that's okay.
Yeah, if you want to load up, I'll just go in there and find stuff and everything, or you want to wait till you get back. I'm fine with either.
Okay, I'll probably wait until we load in, so I'll hide upstairs. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quickly. There are ads playing on YouTube, Twitch, so I do apologize. I'm gonna be right back, though. I need to go to the bathroom, and I also need to, go say hi to Mr. Lola, okay? So I will BRB. Oh. Bestie. Bestie. Oh my god. No. Oh. 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 Nice, that hard. Oh my god, I didn't think that was gonna hit. Oh, Bestie, I'm so sorry. You get that though. You get that. You get that. Oh my god. Disappointed in you. Arella. Oh, that was Rain. Oh, we won't talk about how I just yelled at. I just realized I was muted.
这是
Oh my god, what is that thing around Paimon? What the hell?
远处那个巨大的圆盘。等等，难道这就是泰威一盘吗？
Y'all saw that,
喂，
right?
你的形容根本不够大。
What? It just disappeared. What the hell? I'm not gonna make it out of here. Damn. No! Oh, man. That was a good small chase there. Not gonna lie. Girl. Daisy, you better be lucky. Okay, I'm a ban that word, actually. Hold on, let me go. Let me just ban that word. Real quick. So Daisy, like, his, like, beard and everything, and I'm like, why did y'all make him look like a fucking drunkard? What did I eat? And I ate nothing. Girl. Okay, well, girl is equivalent to when a guy says bruh or bro. Whatever. Pisces! Hi, Pisces. How are you?
Wait, what?
How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I had to take a quick little break. I got me a banana for a snack.
Oh, banana.
Yes, banana.
Banana.
But how are you doing? How are you doing, Pisces?
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly.
Wait, I just asked you. I'm having a brain fart.
The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe use it.
But yeah, we're playing some Phasma with Nestor today.
Nelly. Nelly, that's a man's name, right? No, it's a woman's name, probably.
It can be both.
Blood Moon.
Another blood moon. Look at that. Look at that moon, guys. Just got off work and it was an easy day. Ooh, okay. I love that. Don't we love easy days? Hey, oh, no, but you're touching me. You're touching my head, and I'm like, dang, girl. You played this and got scared so many times. You gotta play it with friends. I played it solo a couple of times, but I prefer playing it with like other people. Oh, not the not the object throne. Not the object throne.
Is the voodoo doll back here near the garage?
Can you delete the duplicate object throne? It started throwing stuff in the kitchen. Where did you say the voodoo doll was?
Here in the back room, where not before the garage.
Oh, hi.
It was right here by the piano. Right here.
Oh.
Right here.
Got it.
Oh, it's here in the kitchen?
Well, I'm assuming it's the kitchen because it started throwing objects in there.
Yeah, it's cold in here.
So I'm like, let's just... Wait.
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, wait. Oh my god, I'm bumping into shit. Okay, don't jump, Lola. I know. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to.
Dun, 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 dun.
Look at how pretty that blood moon is, guys. Okay, let me set up another camera, actually. Ghost busting? Yeah, lemur. Oh, dots. I don't know if you heard. Oh, I don't know if you heard me, but I saw dots.
Dots? Okay.
Oh no! Not the object thrown again! Oh my god. I just got another duplicate. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Stop throwing shit. I want to not get another duplicate. I hate this ghost already. And this ghost are gonna have
Pick up
beef.
all the things you could throw and throw them in here.
Oh.
Is there anything else that could be thrownable in here? Yes. That could be.
Now, as soon as I walk over here, it stops.
Alright. Hopefully no more thrown objects in here. And I don't see anything else that can be thrown, so. Oh wait, probably up here. Yep.
It's not entirely cold temps yet, but
Okay.
it's like getting close to cold temps, but it's not like... Oh, it's glitching in me. Hello?
What's.
The thermometer was like glitching out on me.
Oh.
Yeah, freezing. I don't think it
That's
liked the
an
book.
UV.
I don't think it liked the book. It threw the book. Did you set the book down
If that's the
already?
case, then- I had put one in there, yes. So if that's the case, then no ghost writing. So EMF 5 or ghost orb.
Okay, so we do have freezing. Do we have any... Oh, dots.
You're the one who told me dots, so.
And then no ghostwriting. Oh, wait, no. It could potentially be ghostwriting because it could be an Aswang. So, no spirit box. No UV.
Ghost writing, ghost orb, or EMF.
Yeah. So, one of those three.
Okay, I'll bring out the other book and put it in there.
Hi, Zay. I just need to get this Dots ghost, and that's it. Okay, got the burnt cruci on video. Okay, I got that burnt cruci on video. Keeps throwing shit. You're lurking? Okay.
all the photos are done.
You said all the photos are done?
Yes.
Okay. My God. Dots, go show yourself. Stop throwing stuff in that corner. Oh my gosh. Oh, I need to turn that off, actually. I'm not playing. I'm not playing right now.
You're not?
Well, now. Of course not. Let's see. Oh, wait. Timers. Okay, let me turn that off, actually. Let me turn that off. I need the freaking ghost to show itself. I need the ghost to show itself. Show yourself. Show yourself. Okay. How dare you show yourself and you don't? Okay. You show yourself and you. Hello? Just show yourself and. Wait, what other thing did you get?
Ghost orb.
Okay. I just need dots for dots video. Oh. Can you delete the burnt cruci duplicate? Okay.
Do you have the other, like the sound recorder?
Oh, I do, yes. Sorry, I thought I put it down. Can you put the other dots down just in case? Thank you.
All right, guess I'm going in without smudge.
Wait, no, wait, let me come in there.
I got it, don't worry.
I got you. Here you go, here's your smudge.
Thank you. All right, come on, talk to me, Goose. I need some sounds. All right, got one sound. There's dots again.
Shoot! I got the shadow ghost, but not the dots. Got scared. I got so scared.
Why? Oh, I don't know.
I got. Oh,
Actually, wait.
God dang it!
Still can't get the right photo, huh?
No, I can't get the video for the dots.
Alright, it's fake. He's ran right through me.
Okay.
Wait, so what are we trying to get here? Another video?
Well, and just one more video. We got it.
Okay.
We got it. We did it. We did it. Wait, we don't have one more
No, we need
sound.
one more sound. Alright, hold on. I'll go in there.
Oh, I can go in there. I don't mind. You died last time.
I got it, don't worry.
Are you sure?
Alright, did that work? Is that a duplicate?
Wait, hold on. It is a duplicate.
It is.
Okay.
Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Be right back.
Wait. Hold on. How about I take a sanity, right? And then you have a smudge on you?
Yes.
Okay. I will record and we will try to get it to Hunt. And then I will try to record the hunting sound.
It's either that or we can get a sound of him blowing out the candle.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Now I get the smudge up and ready. Okay.
Okay, I want to stand like right next to you, okay? Like scared.
Where are we gonna run to when it's time to hide?
Ooh.
Hey, you better go hide.
Right though, we got that. We got the sound.
Ah.
No.
Please get the sound. Hey, you got the humming sound. You did it, Lola. You're the best. I'm leaving.
Oh my god, I forgot the little garage door basement thing was there. No, that's just leaving me behind.
We have your egg.
No. Okay, I'm gonna eat a banana.
Welcome back. There's some
I died for it though. I died for it.
Oh, we never found the bone. Ah.
Oh,
well.
that it's okay.
Well, since you died, I'll let you pick again.
Okay. We can do Edgefield.
Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be
All right, how do you even pronounce her first name?
It's Trisha. It's
Oh,
Trisha.
Trisha.
Yeah, like Patricia. Or
I got you. I get you now.
yeah. Wait, I don't want that.
Rain, not just regular rain.
Let's freaking gore.
Tarot cards.
Oh, oh.
Power on.
Hey.
Hiding place in the garage.
Hey. Oh, it's in the basement?
It's right there. Bone right there.
Oh. Da, da, da. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Got a text here. Let's see. Yep. I think I just heard something got thrown. I just don't know where.
Yeah, I also heard it. But
Oh! No, never mind. Can't talk. Coughing.
not the coughing.
Here.
Oh, I recorded something? I don't know what it was.
Probably the door moving. The door.
Oh, true. Okay, let's go get some more evidence. Go get some. Oh.
Yeah.
No. I'm just trying to set up like the cameras and stuff in multiple angles. Da, 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 da. Oh. Can you reposition the camera? It's behind you. Like, can you set it like near the bathroom? Yeah, right there. Oh, wait, it's a little high though. Yeah, right there, right there.
Didn't notice you got ghost orbs, right?
Oh. I did not know that I got ghost orbs, no.
I'm going to assume no ghost writing because it threw the book again.
Okay. I'm gonna bring some more evidence upstairs.
God damn it!
Where'd he die? Oh. Well. Hi, Nestor. Oh. Hi, Star. This ghost is so annoying. Eve. My God. Well. Oh, I don't know what else we have. I don't know what else we would have. It's like, it's not ghostwriting from what... it's not... Well... Okay. I wish Nestor was alive, though. That way I can record, but... Oh. Only EMF 2. Thoughts? Bitch, how'd you know I was in here? Fucking hell, bro. Fucking hell, bro. Well, I tried. I tried, Nestor.
A Banshee?
Ugh.
Why was it a Banshee?
Well, I did guess dots because I saw dots and then I didn't know what it was, so.
Oh, I didn't know there was no. I didn't know about dots. Oh man.
Yeah, I just saw
Alright.
dots, yeah. Okay, so since you died first, which map did you want to go to?
Revenge.
Revenge? Okay, got it, got it.
Revenge.
We're here for the revenge, our revenge arc.
Nelly. Do we already have a Nelly?
I think so, in the beginning. I think so. Nellie Williams. I think that was the same from earlier, too. How are you, my star? By the way. No hand. Yet.
That was me.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, it's touching stuff already? Oops.
First object is the summoning circle in the boss menu.
Coming!
It's in the in there with the piano.
Oh.
It's coolest in there so far, so yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, I set a camera, like, in the corner over there.
Okay.
Oh. I heard that.
Aim. So we can at least get that for the sound recorder.
Okay, I'll bring a sound recorder, and then I'll also bring, another set of another camera.
Okay.
Oh. Oh, I'll set the camera here.
And black.
Oh. Wait.
All right, nose writing. You just threw the book again. And that was the ghost, not me.
Oh, did you get the picture of the EMF yet, or no?
No.
not freezing yet, so...
Okay. Come on, Ghost Walker.
Okay, so I did get the motion sense.
A sound recorder is outside the room if you want to get that real quick. Yep.
Roger, killing.
Okay.
Alright, let me go get some more stuff.
Why is saying tragic killing? That's crazy.
Hey, Yatsamana to you. Banana.
Wait.
Come on, Ghost, you see some footy points. Unless you want to prove me you're Wraith.
Well, if it was a wraith, we would have seen it through dots, so... Oh!
Okay, so footy points, footy points.
Wait. Where's the camera? Where's the camera? Where's the camera?
Behind you.
Oh. Where?
On you.
Oh.
Somewhere. Right there.
No!
It's okay. Walk through the other side. Over here. Let's get this one over here.
Okay, there. I got it.
UV. Galu, Cormos, Phantom, or Mimic.
You little...
Alright.
Oh. Why didn't you count for the sound? Hello?
Never counts. Or the crucifix burn.
That was fake.
Yep. Auga. What audio did I skip there? Animal talking,
Come
okay.
on. Come on, Ghost. Turn off the light.
Oh, these candles. We need them. Come on, talk to me, Goose.
Turn out the lights.
Weep, 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 weep.
Hi, Ace.
I'm old. How do you think I'm doing? I know. Happy birthday, Ace.
Yes, happy birthday, Ace. Happy birthday.
From all of us to you, we wish it was our birthday so we could party too. Woo!
Second party. But... I don't miss partying.
Come on, why don't you...
Oh,
Ah,
I got that.
I got that. Okay, so all we need now is three more videos? Two more.
2 more videos,
photo.
yeah. And a photo. Wait, did we find the cursed object?
Yeah, it was the summoning circle
Oh,
downstairs.
yes. Okay. Oh, we need the bone.
Boner.
My God, y'all. This ghost is Skyrim.
Clear.
Okay.
Now that's bone. Where's the bone? Upstairs. Oh no, bone upstairs. Oh no.
Oh, I'll leave the camera by the door. I'm gonna take some sanity meds. Nestor, we're insane.
Someone else is new.
Okay.
Found the bone.
Oh, where's the bone?
Purple room, but I'm getting it now.
Okay. Okay, we need 2 more videos. We just need 2 more videos and we'll be good, I think. Okay, we only have Spirit Box and no dots, no EMF. No, no ghostwriting.
Here's your camera. Bleh.
Oh, I figured out what it was.
And
It's ghost orbs. It's a Cormos.
where's the orbs? It's a Cormos.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
I
I
didn't see that.
we just need 1 more video because I did just check it and I'm like, I wonder what it is. And then I was like, oh, ghost orbs. And then yeah, I got the video of the ghost orbs, and so we just need 1 more video, and I'd say let's get it to Honda.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring on a crucifix too, just to for that funsies. Okay, bye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, guys, we're gonna get a ghost Honda. Hopefully. Hopefully. We're gonna hopefully and potentially to get a ghost orb, so yeah. You know what game I really want to try? I'm hoping to get. Oh, excuse me, I just burped. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm hoping to get The Other Side. I know, my bestie Marin and my bestie Portions has been playing it, so, oh, Burnt Cruci. I want to ghost hunt, so I'm gonna try to go for a ghost hunt. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if we can get it. I'm hoping that we can get it. La da 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 da. I should have just gotten the Burnt Cruci, but I think we already have a Burnt Cruci video, so I'm not gonna take another one. Okay. Nope, no hunts yet. Oh. Now! Okay, it's done hunting, but I didn't get the video, and I pressed record, and it just didn't give it to me. Oh. I think it's done, but I might have to do it again.
That's fine. I'm staying in the room.
Okay. Hopefully we can get this ghost, guys. Hoping get this ghost. I'm wanting this ghost to not be a nightmare. Oh. Okay, I got it. Let's freaking gore. Okay, someone's DMing me. Oh my god. Yes, I did.
Okay. Gormos, 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 Gormos. There you go.
Oh. Oh. Wait. Wait, I need to be insane again. I need to be sane again. Hold on.
You are sane. What are you talking about?
Well, you take a pill. You take a pill. You take a pill. Take a pill.
All right, I'm taking a pill. Give me a second. I was wondering what was going on.
Okay, okay. Wait. Okay. Are we ready? Are you good?
We're ready.
Let's freaking
Are you good? That's
gore.
the question.
Let's freaking gore. We did it. We did it.
Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, well.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
What? Mimic!
It got us, Lola. It got us with a Mimi.
Ugh. Dang it. Okay. Damn. Well, I should have figured. I should have said, let's wait, but you know, I wasn't thinking. See, you know, all the other times I was assuming it was a mimic, and then bam. It said nah.
And the one time you don't assume, it's what happens.
I know. Well, where do you want to go now?
I mean, I picked the Back for Revenge and everything for that one, so we can go about wherever you want.
Okay. Let's go to Camp Woodwind. I don't think we've gone outside yet.
Outside? What do you mean? We've been outside.
Oh, I cut him off. My bad. I cut you off. I was like, I didn't want to like cut you off, and then I was like, damn. I didn't even hear what Nestor said.
It's like, what do you mean we haven't been outside? We go outside out of the van to get inside the house.
I know, true, true. That's our virtual grass.
Virtual grass.
Oh, did you hear that? Did you just hear what I heard?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, I got scared.
Don't be scared.
I got scared. It's not my fault.
Lola, don't be scared. Thank you for the follow through. Hope you're doing well. Around here, we're on the red tent.
Okay. He said red tent.
The EMF was saying it was around red 10, but it doesn't seem
Oh,
outside. Yeah, right here, around
Not-
red 10.
that's crazy. Oh, hold on. I think it's ghost orbs, but I'm not sure. Hold on. I had something on the camera and then I don't know. And then it disappeared.
Okay.
Let me go look for the bone. Mm. Where's the bone? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Yes. Oh. I didn't get a picture of that, by the way.
Why is Jean is a nice lady right there, showing up to my face? All right, don't ask her where it is.
You know where it is?
I did ask it, but I lost my light, so now I have no sanity. So I need
Oh.
8 sanity pills. Now I should take that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like around the red 10 area is where I'm gonna guess.
Oh,
Dots.
wait. Oh, dots, dots.
All right, so we got the dots. Whoosh. Five degrees. It's a real hunt. You better run. Better hide.
No! No, no, no! Why not gonna... Ah! Nestor, I died. Nestor, I died.
Where did
That's
you die, my friend Lola? Oh, that's where you died, my Lola friend.
Yes, yes, right there, right
Okay.
there. Take a picture, take a picture. Take a picture. I know you can't hear me, but take a picture. Also, Also, hold on.
All right, so let's grab that. Nope. Actually, yeah, we need that for Lola. We need
Yes, yes.
Lola body.
Yes, yes.
Now we need to run quickly. Quick way. Quick way.
Dun, dun. Okay, guys. On. Guys, look at my poor body. I died. I died.
Lola, if you hear me, ghost riding.
Oh, ghost writing. I hear you. And dots. Oh. Where are you?
Oh, could be Dio. Oh, it went to her, perhaps.
Yes, yes.
No EMF 5. Okay. What we got?
Got dots and ghost writing. Da, da, da. Mm. Mm-mm. Okay, guys, hold on. I need to... Got something really... I need to check something really quickly.
All right. Foodie Pwins, it is an Obambo. Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's fine. We know what the ghost is. Hooray!
Let's
What the hell, the
go.
crucifix?
Let's freaking go. You did it, Nestor. You did it. You did it. All right.
All right, let's go. See if we can get the crucifix thing done. Then we can go get
Yeah. I just need to check something, chat. And then... Oops. Check something really quickly. I just need to check something. Hold on. Mm. Okay. Sorry, guys. Checking something really fast. Where are you? Guys, I just need to go live on TikTok 2 more times. So, I think I'll go. Okay, I think what I'll do, chat, is when I go live tomorrow on Twitch and YouTube, I'll probably go live on TikTok tomorrow, and then I'll probably do like another day on Wednesday. Okay, I don't know. Nestor's still alive. I think the ghost is hunting. Oh, no, Nestor, yeah.
Because this thing doesn't want to be dealt with a dang Crucy.
Okay.
One bumbo for the Lola.
Yes, yes, yes.
A bumbo.
I got it, I got it, I got it.
So,
I got it. I got it, Nestor. Yes, yes, I got it. I got it, though. I got it, Nestor. I got it.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
I can't believe I died.
can't believe you died either. That was no.
I know, I know. We can go to Tanglewood.
Oh, that's what you get. You like, I ain't going outside no more. We're going back inside.
Yes, yes. So we need to go back indoors. Okay.
We've arrived. Check the equipment and get set up before investigating.
Anthony.
There have been new reports of a
Oh, it's not a Dan or a whatchamacallits.
that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look.
Whatchamacallit?
Able to use it to your advantage.
You know you don't see a whatchamacallit in stores these days.
I know, right? I know. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. I hate the noises that the plants make when you brush up on them.
Ouija board in the basement.
Coming.
Put up on the corner there for you.
Oh. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da.
This be the living room. It's the coldest in here. Did you find the bone yet?
No, not yet.
Okay. Found it.
Oh, where is it?
Bedroom in the closet.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, ghost. You shut the door like that.
Oh. Oh. Oh! Not the freaking event in the room. How dare you?
I was about to say, Lola, why is it at its level 10 and you're not dead yet? I'm like, oh my god, no.
Oh, I'm already at 10%? What?
No. Like, it got to a EMF of 10 in here, and I was like, oh god, no, Lola, don't be dead.
Oh, I'm not dead yet. Trust. I wouldn't die that easily. Oh my god. Ow! That's crazy. Ace, that's crazy.
What's crazy? What's crazy?
What Ace said.
Yeah. By the way, spirit box.
Okay.
Nyum.
Meow. No. My god, it just threw shit at me.
Are you gonna take that?
No. I got the district salt.
Looks to be no on the footprints. That's an EMF 5, I think? Yeah, EMF 5. We need a photo of that, too.
Where's the camera?
Oh. No!
Hey, stop fucking beeping at me. That. Hi, my elixir. I tried to get the audio for the firelight, but it didn't give it to me, so. Thank you, thank you.
Welcome.
Wait, oh, right here. How are you, my elixir? I'm also recording as well.
Actually, I won't record because I don't want to somehow get a double. I'll
Oh.
leave that down here.
Okay. Just one more recording, you said?
No. I said I don't want to get us a duplicate, so I
Oh.
left it in here and just leave it on the ground.
Okay. Get me a recording, Ghost. Please. I'm begging.
Paranormal talking in EMF 5. Object disturbed salt. EMF reading bone.
You're doing okay.
Ouija board. Oh, you got a camera.
Oh, wait.
Well, you know it's not a phantom. No! It's just you took the picture.
No!
What?
I got.
What did you mess up? What?
I almost got the video recording of that. Oh my god, I was too late. I only got the picture.
It's totally fine. You sound like we got like a duplicate or something. You're fine. I'm gonna take this and we're taking a picture of the crucifix burn.
Hold on. Wait, what did we get? I'm sorry. I was.
All we have so far is EMF spirit box.
Oh, EMF 5 and spirit box. Okay, that's all I needed to know. Oh no! Wait. Shit. Okay, there.
I'm getting the other crucifix.
Wait. I just came across a naughty feller that I'm up against, so it made me remember I never said hi. How are you, bestie? Oh! That's okay.
Take the meds.
I'm insane. I blame you.
What'd I do?
I don't know.
Well, we can already mark off Wraith because they walked through salt. So it's either spirit twins or possibly a mimic.
Oh wait, what does Wraith mean? I'm sorry.
Well, walk through salt, and Wraiths can't walk through salt.
Oh, so no dots. Okay. No dots. Okay.
So Freezy Temps can't be Ghost Door because Diane, and we have a male, so we mark that off the list. So we just need Freezy or
Freezing, ghost riding, or you. Wait, no, it's not UV.
No, because he walked through salt and didn't have any footprints.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Wait. I need. Okay. Need. Where are you? Okay, I need three more videos. Okay, I need 3 more videos. 3 more. Oh.
Give me that.
Can you get rid of the duplicate object throne? God. Thank you. Okay. Wait, let me play some music, actually.
Freezy temperatures, freezy temperatures.
Okay.
Twins, Lola, twins.
I got it. I got it. Okay, we just need 3 more videos. I'm trying not to get the duplicate for Object Throne because it keeps throwing stuff, so we could possibly get a hunting video, probably.
Already high.
Okay. I could probably do like 1 more, like 1 or 2 more after this. Stop throwing shit, you fucking ghost. Also, guys, I just want you guys to know that, I need to go live 2 more times on TikTok. And I'm excited because, so tomorrow, I'm gonna go live on TikTok tomorrow, and then I'm gonna go live on TikTok maybe Wednesday or Thursday, probably. So, because I know streaming on Twitch is usually like my off days, but I really want to get, and if I don't go live on Wednesday or Thursday for TikTok, I'll probably go live on Friday on TikTok again. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm very excited. So, and then I can get my stream key. Your girl's very excited. Your girl's very excited to get a stream key. Oh, I almost got the duplicate. Yeah, guys, I'm super excited. Also, I do plan on, so tomorrow I do plan on doing some recording stuff for, like, my trapper stuff. So if I don't go live on TikTok tomorrow, I'll probably go live on, like, Wednesday and or Thursday, for TikTok only. Just so that way I can get a stream key. And I'm, like, super duper excited. Because I need to go live at least 2 more times on TikTok. And, in order for me to get the stream key. Damn. We have... okay. So yeah. If any of you guys have a TikTok, I'll be live there, I'll be live there on, I'll be live there on, Tuesday and or Thursday if I don't do it tomorrow. Okay. Okay. It's not. There's no activity, y'all. This ghost hates us. Ghost hates us. There's no hunting. There's no activity. I mean, the cruci burnt, but it wasn't in the camera, so I couldn't have gotten it, so... There's no activity. Is it because I, like... Is it because I need to lower my sanity? Do you think I should lower my sanity or no? Okay, well, if you want to switch with me, I can lower my sanity.
You need smudge and everything, or are you good?
I'll just hide in the closet.
Okay.
Y'all, for some odd reason, this ghost likes me and not Nestor. I don't know what it is. Like... This ghost is a bitch. I just have to call it a bitch. I think that's what I had to say, was call it a bitch, and that was it.
Alright, got a video of the hunting ghost.
I don't know what it is.
Alright, what do you want now?
I don't know what it is, but the ghost prefers me and not you, so apparently.
Go do a candle.
Okay, yeah, we can do a video of the candle, and then...
Oh, we have a motion sensor, so we can get you that.
Yeah, motion sensor and the candle. Put it, like, right there, yeah. Oh. Not the hunting. Not the hunting ghost.
Doo-da, doo-da.
Okay. Wait. Oh. I was gonna ask Nestor to, like, move the motion sensor, but never mind. Okay. Let's actually... Okay. Okay, come take some sanity meds, and then I'll, also get sanity meds, and then we can get the candle.
Medicine!
Okay. Do you have a smudge and a lighter?
No. Alright, perfect.
Wait, how come it doesn't look like
Come on,
it's
Ghost.
lit?
Load out. Do it. Do it.
Oh, this one. Come on, Ghost. Please.
Come on, load out. Do it. Do it. Come on, do it.
Please, we need it. We need it.
Nola, why does the ghost hate us?
Oh! Got my swarm. Let's go.
Did you get the last video?
I did. It's Miss Swarm.
Oh, misform. Nice.
We can go!
Go Lola. Go Lola. It's your birthday. Oh yeah.
Let's freaking go. We got it. We got it.
Lola, you have to get Lola all the dino nuggies.
Yes, I know. Mr. Lola needs to get me some.
Right?
Okay, we got twins. We got twins.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Let's freaking go. Or okay, where do you want to go, Nestor?
Good question. How do you feel about I don't know. I'm game for whatever, really.
Okay. Let's go. Let's go to Maple Lodge because we haven't gone there yet.
Okay.
I don't mind going outside. Again.
All right, we're here.
I don't mind going outside again to touch grass.
Me before starting the investigation.
It's snowing!
The ghost here seems to be linked to a cursed object. Go and take a closer look. Maybe using it will help your investigation.
Snowing? I don't like snowing. I want it to be sunny.
No, I hate it here too.
Donald?
Donald, it's not a Diane or a Banshee.
Correct. Alrighty, here we go, here we go, here we go again.
Oh,
Camptown ladies sing.
da-da-da. Okay. Let's see. Coming. Oh. Wait, which cabin though? Hello? Wait, where is it?
Hello. In the cabin, this direction. And then go down that way to the right, and you'll see the big cabin.
Okay. Hi, Yogi. Oh. The cursed object is a summoning circle, by the way. I already took a picture too. How are you doing, Yogi?
I'm noticing my breath, like, in the bathroom area out here, but I'm not sure if it's exactly it.
Power's on.
Oh, that's why. The power went off. They turned off the power. Okay.
Where was it?
And I'm noticing, like, right here, but I could be, like, wrong. Like, I was seeing my breath
I
here a lot,
I
but
do
now I don't
see
see it anymore.
I do see your breath, but I don't know.
Maybe it's, like, maybe here? I don't... I'm getting, like, 4.4 right here.
Okay. Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
so it is here-ish. Which light did he pop?
I don't know.
This one, I assume.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So, like, you think it's the bathroom? Right here?
Yeah, unless he turned off the power again. We can start here and see if what it entails.
kind of hard.
Did you turn on like a little frying thing, like a little heater?
The red thingy?
No, not a red thing. It was like, well, it was like a pan on top of a little like heating stove thing.
I did
Did you
not.
turn one of those on?
I did not.
Interesting. All right.
Oh. Well.
I'm just noticing some sounds over here, so I don't know if it was here or it was actually over here. Oh, this girl's getting to piss me off.
And now I don't know what it is. I want to just assume it's around this area, probably.
Ah, something!
I got those. I got those. Sorry, Nestor. So, I'm gonna just assume it's right here. I think it's this. Ooh. No! It got me! No, we both died. Dang it. Nor. It was the twins! Crazy.
Twins again?
Yeah.
Oh, that was probably the main reason why we couldn't pinpoint the damn thing.
True. Okay. Let's go back indoors, because I feel like out of the two campsites, that one's the most annoying one. So we can go back to Willow.
Okay.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
Janice? Alright, so anything, 3 photos.
Take a closer look. Maybe using
Anything below 25. Hey, high five. Whoopsh.
Not the smack to the face, Nestor.
I said high five.
Well, I tried to give you a high five, and you hit me in the face.
Did I hit you in the face?
Dude.
I would be a rude person doing that. I'm not a rude person.
Smacked me in my eye.
You're not. No, you're not.
I saw it. I saw it. I saw it with my own two eyes.
Monkey ball.
Oh, gross.
What's in the basement? I mean, it kind of depends on how long you've been studying that thing, if you're rude or not. Oh, I see how it is. Right there. Might be here, actually?
Is the lights on?
Yeah, the power's on.
Okay.
17 in here, but right here it's 10.
Okay.
So potentially in here. Yeah, it has to be in the basement here.
I can't see in the dark. Oh,
Oh, sorry.
wait.
Meow.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, come on, really? Why didn't I only realize now, Lola? Like, look at the wall here. It's not
What?
leveled up. See what I mean?
Oh, like for the thingy?
The pattern.
Oh.
The pattern on the wall. Like, here's normal, then this thing kind of goes down a little bit, then it should be up.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Potentially no ghost writing, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I'm not sure if I threw that down or not.
I did write. I did make coffee. Yes, babe.
Coffee. I use a cup of coffee right now myself.
Um.
All right, let's go see about some footy points.
Oops.
Come on, go see. Let's see some footprints. Come on.
Okay. I got the camera ready in case. Imagine if it was a wraith. Oh my god.
All right.
But if it was a wraith, we would have seen dots already.
Me.
Oh?
There's EMF 5.
Wait. Sound recorder? Are you gonna... Okay, I guess you're not gonna give me that sound. Rude.
I'm gonna leave that here. I'm gonna go get a smudge.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Well, all we know is EMF 5. Oh my gosh, guys. I freaking died. Can't believe I freaking died. Freaking died.
Yeah, I'll probably bring you back with the monkey paw.
Thank you, Nasser. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, God. Okay. God. I'm hoping that I can live off of this if Nestor doesn't die. Hopefully both of us survive, but I don't know. Shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Okay, I'm hoping I'm hoping that I can actually,
Lola, you move your butt up here.
I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Ah, I'm alive. I'm alive.
I'm alive. You're alive. We're all alive. It's a raid.
Oh my god. Wait, it's a wraith?
Yes.
Ugh. See, I knew it.
I mean, you called it with the no walking assault and everything, and I did see dots, and I did get spirit box. So.
Okay. So, okay, you said spirit box, and then you said
Dots.
dots. Okay. Okay, cool. And then
We already had EMF 5, so there you go.
Yes. Good job, Nestor.
You're welcome.
And
I'm
then
sure you want to get the rest of the stuff, though.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we gotta capture a picture of the ghost, and then we gotta get our recordings, and we gotta get one more picture. You should have taken a picture of my dead body.
I did take a picture of your dead body.
You did?
Yes.
Hey, hold on. Oh, okay, never mind. Carry on.
It's like, what? You want me to kill myself that way you can take a picture of my dead body? That's kind of rude.
Sorry.
Did you take sanity meds?
I did.
Okay.
There was only one left, so I took it. God, Nestor. Oh my god. If I didn't take my sanity meds, you probably would have told me to stay outside. Wait. Oh, I need my flashlight. Okay, I got the video camera just in case.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're working on her. Excuse me? Ace? What does that even mean? Okay, I got that. I got that. On video.
I also got that. Care to use that while I use the sound box again?
Yeah. Just stay in this room. Okay, I'm recording.
From behind
Oh wait, that wasn't close enough.
elderly victim.
You gotta come closer.
What, it goes to 1 o'clock now?
I freaking died again. I freaking died again. Bitch.
I'm just bringing you back.
I hate it here. 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 Guys, the fact that I died again is insane to me. Okay. Okay. Well, we got all of our stuff, so. Well, most of the stuff. Nestor's like, you keep dying. So we're gonna go back. Oh my god.
Welcome back.
I blame Ace for that one, personally.
If the ghost wants to keep Lola, I think, who are we to stand in the way of true love? Oh my god.
Listen, Ace. I blame you, okay? I hate see, okay. Can I be honest? These ghosts hate me. These ghosts love me more than they love you. So it's not my fault. I'm so sorry.
I didn't. Did I even say it was your fault?
Yes.
Never.
But oh. Okay, I can do one more game after this, by the way.
After this one, so we have this game and the next game, right?
Yes.
Did I understand?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so Emily, it's everybody.
I said it was your
Nate
fault.
said it was your fault.
Well, no. No. That's your fault, Ace, because you're the one who, for one, like, you brought it upon yourself to curse me. Curse me.
Chirp, chirp.
No, that's not what I thought it was. I found the bone already.
Master bedroom.
Oh, it's in the master bedroom. What was the cursed object?
I still haven't found it yet, so I'm going to assume it's either music box, which would be in here, which it is. A music box is in that closet.
Dun, dun, dun.
Get out of the way. I can hear your footsteps.
Here, I'll leave the camera in here, and I'll get some more stuff.
Okay.
Oh my god, I just realized I didn't add Lemur to the... Oh, wrong room.
Parabolic sign.
Okay. Boom, boom, boom. La da 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 da. Do 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 do. Spirit box, ghost writing. Got the motion signs book and the spirit box.
Oh, I already put a book in the spirit box in there, but okay.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Oh.
One salt here.
Wait,
One
what did
salt here.
I get a thingy of? Oh, motion signs, okay. Don't be another raid. Don't be another raid. Please, please. Not. Oh, no wraith. No wraith.
No footy points.
Okay. Okay, so no EV. Do we have any other evidence other than...
That's all it is so far.
Okay. So no EV. Okay. Yeah, this ghost is, like, not active. Oh, was that... Oh, never mind. I thought that was dots.
He might be active because that book got thrown, or did you not put the book down?
No. I didn't set it down. I just put it...
Okay.
Oh, it's whispering. Okay, I got that.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got... I think it was talking or whispering. For the... what you call it? Talking.
Talking. Okay, cuckoo. What to bring now?
Where's the thermometer? I think Nestor has it.
Yeah, we got something.
You have freezing?
Oh, sweet. Freezies.
No?
Just freezy, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, Ghost, do something.
Ghost hates us. This Ghost
wanna-
hates us.
You want to build a snowman? You want to watch SpongeBob? Are you French?
Also, okay, so far only freezing, so. But yeah, I don't know. It hasn't done anything else. It's not Spirit Box, but I mean, then again, I'm not gonna rule it out, so.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do it. Wait, did you try using Spirit Box while I was in here? Here,
No.
let's move out here.
Here, let me try it. Here. Nothing.
All right.
So, I guess we could just rule that out now.
Makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's see.
Do you want to rule out dots or no?
I would say not yet.
Okay.
We need to like have some more evidence or something.
I know, which is weird because like I think the ghost just doesn't want us to leave or end, and that's why it's giving it being a stubborn. Maybe this ghost doesn't like me and probably likes Seymour.
Oh, thanks. Just put the Banshee bit all over me.
And listen,
I don't think it could be a Banshee now.
no,
But this might be given shade energy?
I don't know. Wait, let me try turning on the light. See.
Oh, we are definitely insane in the membrane.
Ugh. I'm coming back to the van to get some sanity meds. Oh, I don't know when I grabbed this.
Greatly appreciate that, yeah.
I don't know when I grabbed that. Okay. Okay. Oh. It blew out the candle. Do you want to relight it and I can capture it?
Ghost riding.
Okay. Ghost writing. Did it write in both books or no?
Just the one.
See, as soon as I walk out of the room, it does that.
So this one makes you think it's a shade.
It hates me. Guys, this ghost hates me. I. Do.
I'm gonna test the theory to stay in the van and take videos if you can. I'm just gonna see if it does something similar.
Okay. You relit the candle in the room, right? Or no?
I had. Do I need to go back?
Good night, Ace. I think that was a potential event and not a haunt. Never mind. As soon as I said that, it's a haunt. Hi, Aaron. Welcome in. R.I.P. Old Willow. Yeah. How are you doing, Aaron? Welcome in. Oh, shit. Fuck. I didn't... Damn it. Okay.
Did you get the video?
Well, I got the hunting video, just not... I didn't get the ghost writing, though, which is unfortunate, but...
Did it write in the other book then? Or
It did, but it did it immediately after the hunt, and I was on the wrong camera. We need one more picture and 2 more sounds and 2 more videos, and that's it. Oh.
take a picture of the EMF reader.
Okay.
And we do have EMF 5, and it is the shade.
Oh, you said it was a shade?
Yes.
Okay. Where is the sound recorder? Hello?
Did you read the sound recorder?
No. I thought... I'll just grab one from the van. Okay. Maybe... Okay, we need 2 more sounds and then 2 more videos. Two more.
Crucifix. Took a picture of that, but I think we didn't need it, so oh well.
2 more sounds and 2 more videos.
All right.
Wait, did it light?
I lit it.
No, it's not showing as lit for me. Here, unless you want to get the recording, and then I'll capture a video of it, probably. I don't know. Just a thought.
I didn't even see. Where'd you even throw it?
Wait, right here.
Oh, there it is. I see it. I see it.
Okay, I got that. I got that on video. Unless it was a duplicate.
It is on the sound. We got the EMF5 and the talking, so we just need one more sound thing. So come on, Bert, blow out the candle. Do it. Do it. It is really.
Wait, did it do it again?
Yeah, but as the EMF reader.
Oh, okay. You know what's weird
let me-
is it didn't show as lit for me, so I wonder if it's just bugged.
And the candle looks like it's about dead anyway, so I'm gonna grab another one.
Okay.
You want the last of the sanity meds?
You can tap it.
Blow them out. Blow them out. Blow them out. It's your birthday, Ghost. Come on, blow them out.
Yes.
It's your birthday. Blow out your candles. It's your birthday. Come on, blow them out. It's your birthday.
I hear Artie.
Yeah, he's over there, kind of chirping around.
Artie.
He was like, Lola.
Come on. We need one more recording and one more video. Give it to us, Ghost. Give it. Give it to us. Give it to us. Please, Ghost. Be friendly and just give it to us. For Artie. Give
Even
it
already
to
saying,
us.
come on, Ghost.
Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. See, even Artie's saying, give it to us. Hurry up. I want a perfect ghost thingy majig.
I ain't going over there. He's gonna be talking. I'm gonna be mad. Don't worry, I wasn't recording.
Come on, Ghost. Come on, Ghost. Come on. Please, please, please. This Ghost.
Why would the Ghost do it for us? Come on!
See, like I said, this Ghost might like you and not me. Come on,
Get
Ghost.
the camera.
Here, if you,
If you think he doesn't like you, I'll just stay here and I'll do everything.
I can record.
But if they say the ghost hates you, I don't know what else to say.
No, here. I'll stand out the door.
I mean, this could be the whole shade thing where it just doesn't like being around anybody.
Oh, true. Come on, Shade. Unless you just want to go without them, then we can.
It's totally up to you, but I know you love perfect games.
Hurry, Ghost, hurry. Need it. We need it. Well, excuse me? Hello? Oh, my camera? Hello? There.
Problems?
It just, I didn't even scroll through my thing, and it, like, went back, and I'm like, I didn't touch it, and, well, now I did, but before it just scrolled without me touching it. One of us. Blow it out. It's your birthday. It's your birthday, Ghost.
Happy 11 billion years old, Ghost.
This
All right, out of curiosity, what do we have for videos again? We do have a hunting ghost, burn crucifix. I was curious if I played with the music box and threw it on the ground, would we get a cursed hunt video, or would it also be another hunting video?
Ooh, we could try that.
Okay, so I do have one. Are we doing it in here, or what are we going to do this at? Oh, it's hunting.
Ooh.
Keep going, keep going. Oh, Jesus God!
Damn it, I didn't get it on video. Okay, sorry, Nestor. We should have just, okay. I should have listened, and we could have just left. I should have listened, and we could have left. But I will bring you back. I will bring you back. Immediately. I'll bring you back immediately.
Welcome back. There's some jobs.
Shade!
Let's go. You want revenge, or do you want a different map?
I'm game for whatever.
Okay, let's do...
I mean, it's gonna be. It says it's gonna be the last game anyways. Might as well make it a nice one, right?
Yes. Okay, so we can do indoor or outdoor.
Again, I'm fine with either.
Okay.
But I just want to say it's also been a pleasure playing with you tonight, Lola. It's been great.
Yes, it's been fun. Okay, since we were talking about food, we can do Nell's Diner.
Nom nom nom.
But speaking of food, I do have to go get food real quick, so I will be right back. You can, well, I don't know. You can hide, and then I'll find you when I come back.
Okay.
Okay, guys. I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna go get some food. And then, I will be right back. I'm also gonna play some ads too, so that way y'all don't get hit with ads later towards the end of the stream. So I will be right back, and I'm gonna run some ads, okay? I'll see you in a couple minutes, so. Oh my god. Y'all didn't see that? Y'all didn't see that? Y'all did not see that. What? Oh.
Just a little further.
She really trusted that man with all his life. Girl. I am very disappointed. I'm very disappointed in her. Fuck! No! I shouldn't have ran that way. Kitten, I blame you. I blame you, Kitten. I blame you. Okay, let me... Wait. Oh, wait, no. I need to go to my characters. Okay. Xianli. Okay, Constellation. Yes, I have her at C4. Let's fucking go. I am... Oh!
When I was dead. Okay, gotta go.
Let's go! Three! Well, oh, to the side, to the side, to the side.
Yeah! Oh, let's freaking go! Let's freaking go!
I told y'all, don't play with it.
And from that point onward, Leon was forever known as Mom.
Mr. Kennedy,
Oh,
I had a feeling you'd make an appearance.
you can fuck me.
Sorry, but I don't have time to spare.
Is that the thing?
What? You bitch.
X gonna give it to you.
No way.
Have fun.
Oh, you fucker. You fucker. No. Oh, I see her coming. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so funny. Bro, that's so funny. Oh my god. Oh. Hello? Hello? Excuse me? Oh. Man, fucking hose. I hate that. I hate that. Like, you motherfuckers make it so fucking hard. Like, what the hell? I hate it here.
Negative, Ghost Rider. Nothing?
No! No! I forgot to turn on my flashlight! Fuck. He's got crowd control, so I need to be careful. Y'all didn't see that. Y'all didn't see that happen. I was waiting. Okay. I was... Not you getting jealous, though. Okay, guys, I'm back. Right. I hear Artie. My favorite burb. Now, Nestor said I wouldn't be able to find him.
The bird's giving me away.
Well,
Said I'm muted.
well.
All right,
It's...
let's do this. One
Yes, let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Okay.
last map. One last map.
Yes, yes.
All right, there's the power. Ellen. Okay, so it's everybody. Witness an event, photo, video of the ghost, and 3 unique videos. Okay. Blood Moon.
The Blood Moon, my favorite. Also, hold on.
Ghost is in the bathroom. The women.
You said where is it?
Women's bathroom.
Coming. I need to fix that LT command actually.
All the way down there.
Okay. EMF 5.
EMF 5.
EMF 5.
EMF 5.
EMF 5.
EMF 5.
We got this. Also, guys, I want to just try my food.
Why does the ghost want to kill me in the bathroom?
I don't know. Wait, a Clefairy? Cat shop? I hope I can, but I don't know.
Immediately. Footy prints.
Okay.
UV. Kalu, Gori, Jin, Myling, and Obake. Ooh, it is getting cold, but not cold enough. 1.2 is the lowest I've seen.
Okay. Can you bring more salt?
On the way. Where do you want it?
Hold on. Wait, I just want to make sure I didn't get any, like, duplicate sounds.
I'll see your left.
Okay, it through the book. Salt, like, just right here. I got object
I have the
thrown.
plunger. Blech.
It did throw the
Yeah, I'm
book
gonna go rough it
earlier,
up.
so no ghostwriting.
Okay.
Oh.
And that's without the sound recorder. All right. Actually, I wouldn't have worked anyways in that one.
Shit!
Consider eventually coming in and getting some sanity.
Coming! Also... Don't... How dare you not let me catch my Pokemon? How dare you? Hmm. Oh. Did he die?
Please tell me to leave that duplicate, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you. But all the videos should be done. Ah.
You won't catch me. Nestor? 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 Nestor, did you die? Nestor, did you die? Nestor died. Oh! God, Nestor. Fuck. Okay. Well. Anyway. Okay, so I want to assume freezing temps, but what is... Okay. I don't think it's a Galu, but... Well, I don't even know where the freaking bone is. Oh my god. Well. Okay, one more sound recording. And... Okay. And then... I'm gonna check for freezing temps too. Back door, okay. Okay, where's the thing? Where is it now? Hey. I can't see. Okay, I see the trail here, but I need a flashlight. Can't fucking see in there. Oh my god. Ugh, Nestor, this is so hard. Okay, I'm gonna drop the sound recorder actually for a flashlight. Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna go through the back door, you said. And then take a picture of the... What do we need to take a picture of? The bone? Or a dead body? Oh. Okay. Okay, so I don't know what the last evidence is gonna be. Unfortunately. So sound recorder and need a This is a bad idea, by the way. I knew that was a bad idea. Fuck. Okay. Damn it. I knew that was a bad idea. Okay. I didn't guess the ghost, but I...
Welcome back.
Free?
Job's ready for you.
What happened?
I don't know. I was trying.
It's okay. Don't worry. Don't. Is that everything's fine?
You know what? That doesn't count as the last game.
I think God's last game. All right.
That doesn't count. We will do one more.
Alright, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation. There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here. Take a look. You may be able to use it.
Okay, Nestor, we got this. This time we'll both survive.
Yeah. Well, I'll believe that. All right. What do we got?
Yes.
Jason.
Jason Derulo.
If there's another blood moon, I swear to Jom.
I'm surprised you didn't hear the thunder right away.
I heard the thunder and the lightning. Power on.
Hey.
Summoning circle in the basement.
Coming. I also found the bone already, so we're good on that. Give me more, give me more.
Found it.
Huh? I was just in here.
EMF 5.
Ooh, picture, 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 picture.
Yeah, he's on the ground. The weird thing is, it's not that cold in here.
Wait a minute. I think it's this room. The bathroom.
Not the bathroom.
Wait, I saw my breath in here.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. It's in here. Why was it thrown? Possible twins? Are twins even still available? They are. Okay, game. I see you.
Getting more evidences. Getting more evidences. Okay.
You can give me the assumption of twins. you have the sound recorder on you?
I do.
Okay.
Act of hate.
That
Far from there.
I'm recording, but it didn't get no. It didn't give it to me.
An elderly individual.
You gotta come closer.
I'm right here.
A close and
It's not giving it to me.
elderly individual.
I'm recording, and it's not giving it to me. Here, you try it.
It's left hurt.
Where'd you even
Elderly
throw it at? I don't even see it.
It's in front of me.
Not on my screen.
Oh, here. Okay, I got that. Hey there. Wait, did you not see it?
Nope.
I threw it at your feet. Here. Do it again.
See that?
Rotating attack has good here in the
Okay.
elderly.
Okay, I got it now.
All right, good. Hey, Hunter, how's it going?
Oh, you bitch! You fucker! I just... Oh my god, you fucker! I died. Okay, well, this is gonna be for real LG. Because...
What do you mean $0 for that? That's bull hockey.
Yo. I can't believe I died. We didn't even get, like, any... Well...
Alright, so I thought no footy prints. Yes, Lola, we have all the evidence. We have two evidence. We have EMF 5 and Spirit Box.
Oh, wait.
No footy prints. It's okay. No worries. We got you.
Stupid ghost. I hate it.
Where did that? All right. Guess we get another one. Want to make sure something real quick in here. Okay.
My best bet is a day in, but I'm not 100% sure. Oh, not slamming the door. Girl.
Come on, come on. Hey, ghost writing!
Oh,
And I didn't have my camera.
spirit.
Oh, it's a lovely old spirit, Lola. Lola, it's a spirit. Hooray, spirits!
I hate spirit. Okay, we're gonna stand in the corner. And then also, okay, hold on. Switch. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Do, do, do. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. No, I'm supposed to. He goes writing.
So we got that writing. Or ghost writing. We need one more video. Motion door, fire, ghost. Oh, we can do salt.
Salt, salt, salt. Oh,
Oh, red light event. I missed it. Dang it.
dang it.
Oh, wait, we need a video of the ghost, don't we? Yeah, we do. That's right. That would have been perfection.
Yes.
Video of the ghost, video of the ghost, video of the ghost.
See, if only I were alive, I would have captured the ghost video, but uh, you got this, Nestor. You got this. You got this. You got this. Mm-mm-mm.
You know wanna talk to me, baby boy? Baby doll?
Got this, Nestor. Babe. Love
You
you.
know I was joking about that, my friend? I don't want to play no game with you.
Oh,
But let me just go ahead and take care of that one while I'm here.
guys, look at me, my body. A dead body. Guys, Esther is all alone.
Lola, if you'd like me to leave, throw something in my face. If you want me to stay, don't do anything. Okay, bye.
Yes, Nestor, let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay. He's leaving me behind. It's okay, though.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I can't believe I died.
I can't believe it either, Lola. No.
I know, I know. Are you gonna keep going, or are you gonna end too?
I was debating about going, but I think I am going to stop and get something to eat. I'm hungry.
You're hungry? Okay, I got you.
I'm hungry.
I need to finish my dinner as well, so I guess both got to go.
Who would you like to double raid?
Let's see. The person that I did see on, okay, she's, I don't know how long she's going to be on for, but she was in my chat earlier. Sunflower Curls. Here, I'll type in the chat.
Just type. Yes, please.
Yes, yes, yes. Sunflower Curls.
Okay. Let's see.
But
You want to double rate
yes.
her?
Yes. Hopefully she's not ending soon, but I will see you later, and thank you for the games.
Thank you for the games too. Appreciate you. Hope you have a good night. We'll
Of
play
course.
soon.
Bye.
Ta-ta for now.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, we're gonna go raid Sunflower Curls, and if you guys are on YouTube, feel free to come over to Twitch. And yeah, we're gonna go raid Sunflower Curls, and feel free to join the Discord, guys. We would love to have you. Discord, and here are my, oh, I cannot type, socials. Yeah, stay connected with me on my socials, guys. And yeah. Here are the raid messages again, by the way. If you guys oops. And yeah, we're gonna go show some love to Sunflower Curls, and oh no! Sunny's turning off her raids. Shoot. Okay, so I think he's ending soon, so okay. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go raid Let's see. We're gonna go raid. Who do I want to raid? Who am I gonna raid? Who am I gonna raid? We're gonna go raid into since Sunny. Okay, since the original person that we were gonna raid was Sunny, she's turned off her raids for the time being, and we're gonna go raid into. We're gonna go raid into. I'm hoping Rosa hasn't. Okay, Rosa. It looks like Rosa's playing Marvel Rivals, so we're gonna go right into Rosa. Actually, so we're gonna right into Rosa instead, guys. And Sunny, Rosa, Toki. Okay. Hi, my Oasis. Thank you for redeeming your daily. Thank you. Yeah, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate you. The original person I was gonna raid is ending soon, so we're gonna go right into Rosa, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. And we'll be playing some DBD, and I will also be recording some videos tomorrow as well. So, yeah. But anyways, I hope you guys have a good rest of your night, and I will see you guys next time. Okay, bye!